Welcome to the stream. This is gonna be the worst stream you will ever watch, so I don't recommend it. But here's what we're doing. Today got fucked up by the timing of today didn't go well, so I'm not able to get the other stuff done I needed to do. So instead, I ordered some Chinese. I'm going to sit and watch the Snyder cut now because I don't want all of my stuff taken down for copyright. You're not going to be able to hear or see the movie, but I'm going to do a real-time analysis and critique if you're not someone who's thinking of ever actually watching this movie. Now, let me just get some stuff out of the way. For all of you who are not film critic folks, like myself, that was one of the professions I was actually going to get into originally. There is no possible way in heaven, hell, earth, or otherwise that a movie with this type of production will be a great film. It will probably be good. It will easily be better than the original, but the original is a pile of shit. Now, the reason this title of this stream is watching it so you don't have to is because a lot of people, 4 hours is a lot of your day to give up. Like for me, 4 hours is worth a lot. And something that's not great is not worth 4 hours. That's what this is going to be. It's going to be probably good. But they're asking for 4 hours of your life for this. So you could jump in and jump out. Yes, you're watching the fucking thumbnail, Mrs. Skeem, because I'd like to keep our channel alive. So you could jump in and jump out of this stream as you please. And it's going to be 4 fucking hours. I will give you nice little narration of, the shit that's going on and my real-time thoughts. You know, kind of like if you're following someone's Twitter and they're like real-timing some Twitter shit about a movie. It's that, except I don't have to type. So, we're gonna talk about this movie as it goes. There'll be moments of silence. I might pause. You know, we pause on this channel. But this is the only way. This is the only way that I'm going to be able to justify watching this movie ever, is if it's on a stream where maybe someone will be silly enough to throw money at me. And if you want to be that silly person, you know, you'll be the sexiest of sexies. Anyway, sorry, that's Chinese food that you're hearing me munch on to make this more livable. We're about to start this shit. 4 fucking hours, bro. That is way too long for a movie that's going to be good. That's my prediction. My prediction is this. Hey, thank you for the money, Vort. I appreciate you. Get your own money, whore. And then Andrew also said silly money. Thank you for the silly money, Andrew. Vort took the title from you, but I appreciate you both for your nonsense. And Dr. Atheist. Thank you, Dr. Atheist. Oh god, I need to get this volume mixer and just cool, because otherwise I'm going to hear those words rather than see them the way I want to. I gotta switch this because we can't have. If those alerts are audible for me, then it'll be fucking up the movie more than the movie's probably going to do on its own, so I can't have that. I expect 5 pauses before the first actual line of dialogue is said. You probably won't get pauses, but you will get my commentary. It's 4 hours. I don't want to pause it that much. So here we go. I'm expecting. Here's my prediction. If anyone comes back in 4 hours, you'll see me wrap up my prediction, my expectation versus reality. Expectation of this movie is going to be better than Justice League, but it's not going to be great. It's not going to be like anything on par with Marvel's films as of late. You know, like Infinity War, Endgame. It's not going to be anywhere near there, and it's going to be 4 hours, and I'm going to be mad that I watched it. Because, and thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Yeah, I expect people to be jumping in and out. Like, that's my expectation. So anything beyond me being mad that I watched 4 hours of, it was alright, it was pretty good, will make me happy. But I really expect I'm going to be like, wow, that I shouldn't have spent 4 hours on a movie that was pretty good. Okay, so I'm pressing play now. Oh my god, are there going to be commercial breaks? There's these little spots that show up on the timeline of this film. I don't know if those are like commercial breaks. Like, am I paying for a subscription service that's going to have commercial breaks during the movie? Are they pulling a fucking Hulu on me? Dude, this was $15 a month. There was no, like, free trial. Those better not be commercial breaks. Oh, title cards. They're chapters. Even worse. Alright, the volume on this is so fucking quiet. Gotta turn that up. You won't hear the volume. Don't worry, that's not the point of this. I can't, I'm not gonna have my channels taken down by the copyright gods. You're just gonna hear a man eating Chinese food and giving real-time reactions to a 4 fucking hour movie. No other way I could ever watch this and justify it. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. And thanks for gifting, Owen. Well, damn, how many tier 1 subscriptions were just gifted? Alright. Obviously, spoiler alerts, because I'm going to be critiquing this movie. Okay, first of all, bro. They literally did this in a boxed aspect ratio. Like, it's a fucking box. It's not even widescreen. I think I heard that he wanted it to be the IMAX experience, but I think bro forgot that we don't have IMAXs in our houses. Because IMAXs are a square aspect ratio. So I'm already annoyed that I'm going to watch 4 hours of a fucking square aspect ratio like I'm back in 1995. So much for my widescreen monitors. We're watching the death of Superman again. The pacing of this already feels horridly slow because they're already dragging this out. Like, everything is literally in slow motion. And I don't understand why it's in slow motion since we've already actually seen this movie. Like, we've seen this before. Why is it in slow motion? This is why this is 4 fucking hours, bro. And Superman just unleashed the scream heard round the world, I guess. Okay, good. Zack Snyder's Justice League. Alright, now we got Cyborg. Alright, let's see what's going on. Maybe there'll be dialogue, so there'll be something to actually watch. Alright, the magic box ripoff of the Infinity Stones thing is shaking. Or something, I'm not sure. And we have a computer graphic newspaper in the wind that looks really bad. Like, bro, you literally couldn't just have thrown a newspaper. And Lex Luthor gets an early screen time viewing on this one. Hello, Lex. I don't remember you being in the start of the... Actually, I don't really remember anything for the original Justice League, so I won't trust myself on that. $45? What are you doing? Thanks for the $45, Dom. Way to be donor of the stream. What did I think of the first Justice League? The original Justice League is absolute shit. So it's almost impossible for this to be worse. But if you're asking me to watch 4 hours, it should be, like, amazing. And there's no fucking way this is going to be amazing. Vort with $50, my god. Why? You're literally listening to a dude watching a 4-hour movie. I mean, thanks, but damn. So Vort is taking that trophy away. Alright, so far, I think every single frame of this movie has been in slow motion. Almost. Like, we're hearing the scream gone round the world by Superman, and every shot is in slow motion. Inexplicably. My god. This pacing is terrible already. Like, I get it, Superman's dead, but the impact of that happened in the prior movie. You can't try to milk that for the first 10 minutes of the film that you've literally been going on this slow motion scene of Superman screaming for, like, almost 10 minutes. You've got to be kidding me. Ugh. You better do something to make this slow motion justified at some point. Get it, Justice? Amazonians! Hooray! They're staring at a shaking box. DC makes dope-ass cartoons, but their live-action stuff has really suffered. You know what's going to be rough about this too? The visual effects budget for this is definitely like straight to DVD feeling. Like that they didn't hire for the good CG. I'm going to have to watch 4 hours of not good CG on top of everything else. So hopefully they do subdued set pieces so I'm not staring at ugly CG for 4 hours. Because every bit of CG so far has looked really bad. Even the fucking newspapers were CG and they look bad. It's like the people who did it didn't understand lighting at all. Hey, thanks for following me on Twitch. At least now, this snowscape looks nice. So if this is CG, they did a good job. But of course, it's just nature. Nature's easy to do on CG. You hope I like gray. Yeah, it is some crispy Rangoon. Oh, it's so good. That's crab Rangoon from the Chinese place down the road that has bomb Chinese that I'm going to be eating to help justify my sanity for watching this. Like, again, I'm sure this movie will be good quality for a 2-hour film, but I have zero faith that it will give me 4 hours worth of entertainment. I'm going to be mad that I watched this, even if it's good, because 4 hours, 4-hour movie type things, you need to be like Godfather, Lord of the Rings, a 2-part film like the Infinity Wars and Endgame. But you ask for 4 hours of my time and come with mediocrity, I'm going to be upset. We'll see. So far, it's so stroke my own cock feeling by Snyder, like so unaware that it's a comic book film, not in a way that's trying to transcend the comic book genre, but in a way that's just, I don't know, Frank Miller, but in a bad way. Like Frank Miller without the nuance. All right, part 1 apparently is where we're at. We finally have dialogue 12 minutes in. Are we really getting Batman's origin story again? Come on. Why's Aquaman? Oh yeah, this is when he's trying to collect Aquaman for his league. Y'all have really low bars for films, by the way, and you don't value your time very much. If chilling for 4 hours on a movie like this is a good idea to you. Yeah, Jason Momoa is sexy, Mrs. Skeem. He's looking fine in this movie too. I'm eating crab rangoon, not chips. But I do have to actually watch the movie, to give it a fair chance. Thanks for subscribing, Ross Cool. And all the other people that Streamlabs just dumped. The Aquaman, so dramatic. Why are they singing now? So he's finding Aquaman in his little town, trying to enlist him to the Justice League. This town's denying that Aquaman exists, even though, like, they clearly see him doing crazy stuff in the water. And they all just started singing. Inexplicably. As he just, like, went into the deep, icy sea shirtless. And none of them seemed to think this is strange. Some context to why these villagers are chill with this would be nice. Cultists, yeah. Definitely has that vibe. This song is still going, by the way. It wasn't like a quick, like, let's show the song to give you the idea and move on. It's still going. And it's in a foreign language without subtitles. They don't want you to understand it. And it's finally over. This is a drawn fucking out movie. I'm thinking this movie could easily be 2.5 hours, maybe 3 by the time we're done, if this is the pacing they do. So it's not going to justify its runtime at all. Blindsight says we're going to learn more about Cyborg. I hope. Cyborg had like 5 seconds in Justice League. I'm good with extra backstory and shit, but this is just mostly filler so far. So, you know. And it's not like filler with impact. Like, there's no real, like, bigger purpose to what we're seeing in, like, some of the other long epics that exist. Lord of the Rings always comes to mind. But no, it's no Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings definitely understands its pacing and purpose. This does not. So far. But it's Zack Snyder. Zack Snyder's not exactly the directorial genius of our age. Now we have the dickweed version of Alfred, who's always a bastard in this. Interestingly enough, this opening scene with this scene with Alfred and Batman just did exposition of the last scene. So literally the last scene was rendered completely pointless with Aquaman. Because they literally just explained to each other in conversation what just happened. So there was no reason we needed to see it, or no reason for this scene. Either one of these scenes should have been cut. You don't need it twice in a row like that. That's just bad filmmaking. And that's why I'm going to just be annoyed at this movie, I'm sure, for 4 hours. Because it's just going to be a lot of bad filmmaking. That's Snyder's thing. I don't know if you guys know, but I'm a writer first. And film is a big deal to me. And there's just things that in films that, like, you don't fucking do. Oh, wow. This is a tonal shift in music for Lois Lane. I don't know that I like this sung operatic song. And everything's in slow motion once again. My God. 90% of this movie's in slow motion. You could probably cut off 20 minutes from the runtime just getting rid of slow motion. I understand slow motion in epic moments, but this is literally just slow motion everywhere. Why are we having a tender moment of her giving coffee to a cop? Hi, Militia. Welcome to the stream. We're slow motion again. For no fucking reason. Listening to a song again for no reason. She's visiting the grave. Like, literally this overhead shot of her with the umbrella is a beautiful shot. And then her in the ring. You could have started the scene there. We didn't need her coming from the coffee shop, giving it to the cop, walking down the street. None of those shots did anything to set the tone of this. This one shot here, which is the only good shot you had, should have replaced that whole lead up, and this shot actually is more powerful if you do it that way. Like, all of that filler made that shot less impactful. They actually ruined the best shot of that scene. This just seems like such a self-indulgence of a project right now. Thanks, Militia. Yes, because slow motion is how you convey speed. Well, it can be. That was used to good effect for Quicksilver, but that was more freeze frame than slow motion. Alright, guys, we have possible action. Oh yeah, someone got shot. Let's go. This looks like a very Batman sort of heist to stop. So I'd like to see some Batman in action here. Of course, this is the Batman that just kills people with no regard. Healthy amount of rated R violence. They want to let you know that this is the rated R Snyder version. Nothing wrong with this scene. This scene is stellar so far. Well paced. Very well put together. Setting a great stage. The camera cuts are beautiful. The cinematic score is great. This is the first like genuinely well done scene of the film so far. I'm here for this. It only took us 20 minutes to get to the first good scene. So this will be interesting to see if they're going to bring the Batman that just kills people again. Alright, so we got a standoff that seems heavily inspired by Die Hard, which I'm here for. Children hostages. Some of these shots are beautiful and brilliant around the area where this heist is going on. Oh, it's Wonder Woman instead. How about that? Alright, Wonder Woman's entrance is getting very overdrawn already. It's ruining the pacing of this scene majorly. Okay, good. We're back. Alright, so he just told us his motives down, like, very directly, which was silly. You know, if you're going to take so much time to develop all these characters, you could have given that guy a better way to reveal his evil intentions than an awkward sentence. This is probably the first time they've actually used Diana's lasso of truth in an area that made sense for like a terrorist interrogation, and I'm very proud of them for actually making her lasso of truth useful for fucking once. Though the fact that she explained it was the lasso of truth was kind of annoying. If you don't know that, like, that's your own damn fault. Man, these action sequences, though, are fucking top shelf. If only Snyder could co-direct with someone that understands transitioning between action scenes better than he does. Well, I mean, she called the whip by its real name, but its real name is stupid anyway for it. Too slow. Nope, she got it. Oh boy, the slow motion in this scene got a little painful again. She literally did a bullet block in slow motion that was cool, and now they've done like 5 others in the same scene and it's completely lost its effect of like the slow motion bullet blocks. So much just wonky. Well, she just exploded that dude, it looks like. I mean, I don't think you had to do all that just to get rid of that dude. It seems extremely excessive. You destroyed the whole fucking building. It was one guy. Use your super speed to break his neck. That was extremely dumb. That was just dumb writing. They just wanted a cool explosion set piece. There's no situation in which what Diana did there made any sense to the situation or her character at fucking all. So they kind of ruined that scene. It was pretty cool, and then that was just... Man, she just hucked like chunks of concrete at the police in the process too. That was so stupid. Oh, now we have this random quiet touching moment with a child right after an explosion, because that's how that fucking works. Boy, that was cringy. That was a really cringy way to end that scene. I feel like every time there starts to be some stride gained, we go back into just the utter failure at nuance. That's the title of this movie, Failing at Nuance and Padding for Runtime. And we're back to the box. What's with all the exposition? You got 4 hours. You got your time to do storytelling better. All right, the square is pissed off. Hey, it's the little bumblebees from Batman's Nightmares. I don't know how many of them we ever saw. Okay, so is this our new version of Steppenwolf? Looks like it. I really wish they didn't go with an entirely CG design on this guy. His face looks awful. It gives me a vibe of like Age of Ultron. I didn't like Ultron's look. It was too shiny, not realistic. That's how this feels. His little minions look better than him. Shiny! Alright, well, the Amazonians are getting fucked up. Wow, that was a really bad moment of acting. I was not expecting any bad acting in this, but we had one of the small side characters who doesn't have a name was given a line, and she failed. And we're back to slow motion. In the middle of a... Come on, bro, this slow motion's making this scene so much worse. Alright, they're playing Keep Away with the Cube from Shiny Thanos. Thanos is pretty shiny, but not this shiny. Seal the cube so Shiny Thanos doesn't get it. God, what is with all the slow motion again? Like, you're ruining the pacing of your own set pieces. Plus, the slow motion, like, over-exemplifies how bad some of the CG is. Like, it'll look fine in real time, and then it goes slow motion, and I'm reminded again how much low-grade CG this movie used. I'm like, please stop. Holy hell! This entire sequence is in fucking slow motion for no reason again. Oh, it's so bad. This is painful. Dude, she slid out of there in slow motion, the entire slide all the way out. And then you could tell she was laying on a green screen because the floor didn't even match the lighting of her body, which would have been completely unnoticeable in real time. But no, you had to do it in slow motion, so it was super obvious that she was laying down on a fucking green screen. God, obviously they didn't have a set for that entrance to the place. They could have just made a set for her to slide on, or they could have made it that I didn't know they didn't make a set by having it in real time. But thanks to slow motion, I saw every bit of the fucking outline of her and the bad shading. And they need to have an option to just watch this movie in 2 times speed. Most of the movie will be in regular speed at that point, since half this movie's in slow motion. I'll say this. So far, this is worse than I expected. I expected it to be good and just too long. So far, this isn't even good. So I'm very scared. I was expecting a good movie that was too long. And so I wouldn't be happy to watch it because it was a good movie, but it was too long. So far, this is a bad movie. It's had like one serviceable scene in the first 30 minutes. So we're 1/8 of the way through the movie, and there's one good scene so far. And even that scene wasn't good front to back. Alright, so Thanos Thor is pissed off, broke out with ease. God, why? He threw her on her horse, and it was like, oh, that looks cool, and then they turned on the slow motion, and suddenly, dude, these horses aren't even on actual ground, you can tell. Dude, this is like made for TV quality graphics. No joke. These horses are floating over the grass. Their hooves aren't even impacting it. They didn't even bother to take the time to put impact where their hooves hit the grass. My God. Stop putting this into slow motion. It makes it look so bad. If anything, put it into higher speed so I can't tell how bad this CG is. I hate when CG gets distractingly bad, and that's happening far too often on this movie. Well, Lobster, people hype up everything, but, you know, maybe people like it. I'm actually someone that understands writing and film, so there's a lot of stuff that other people are like, oh, it's great. I'm like, no, you might like it, but no. I think also a lot of people are comparing this to the original Justice League, which also had terrible graphics and was terrible. And I'm assuming this movie's going to be better. So far, it's on the same level, but just more drawn out. So hopefully it turns a corner. Alright, Thanos Thor got his cube. So, as expected, this was all a waste of time. Well, it's official. This CG is worse than Lord of the Rings when the people marched in. Lord of the Rings is like 20 years old. Rough. And Lord of the Rings doesn't look good either. Thanos Thor is Steppenwolf. He's Thanos Thor. That's what he looks like. Comparing apples to oranges with a guy who doesn't like fruit. I like fruit when it's good. Unfortunately, DC doesn't know what good fruit is when it comes to live action. Yeah, if they use the whole budget on Thanos Thor, he doesn't even look good, though. He's way too shiny. Oh, a crab rangoon will make me happy. So, for anyone just joining as we're watching all 4 hours of this movie, my expectation was a good movie that was too long. So far, I've been met with a bad movie that's too long, and I'm very sad. Is that the end of chapter 1? Yay, part 2! The Age of Heroes. Well, part 1 was shit. Let's see how part 2 goes. Well, here's the thing. I still can't imagine this will be worse than the original, but it's going to be long enough that, I mean, I wouldn't go back to watch the original. So far, there's no reason I'd go back and rewatch this either. I mean, 4 hours, you're asking a lot. David, pretentious is a great way to describe this movie, unfortunately, so far. Pretentious and no nuance at all. What am I looking for here? A justification for 4 hours is what I would be looking for. You know, like a good movie. Like, if you take Infinity Wars and Endgame, watch them back to back, that's like 5 hours, and I would watch that. No hesitation, because it's actually good. It's not perfect, but it's really good. We're finally getting some story, guys. And it's actually tying in with Batman vs. Superman, which is a nice change of pace from the original Justice League. So maybe there's hope in this chapter, because we actually got some story that was told in a competent way, not just exposition. And it's tying in with Batman vs. Superman, whereas Justice League, for some reason, kind of tried to pretend that didn't happen aside from Superman dying. So, hey. Maybe we'll get back to it. Maybe we'll get back to my original expectation starting in this chapter, which is the movie will be good but too long. First chapter was just bad, but who knows? Yes, it's that Batman lobster. I swear to God, if this dude's mopping ends up getting in slow motion, I'm gonna freak. I feel like they're like bracing to make this guy mop in slow motion, and I swear if they do. Please resist the urge to make this man mop in slow motion. Okay, thank God they didn't make him mop in slow motion. Is this an actual model? It looks like that was actually for once like an actual model rather than CG. Janitor's predictably dead. That was super obvious. So far this chapter, even with its tropes, is better than anything from the original Justice League, but it's still not great. 4 hours though, bro. We got 3.5 hours left. That's disgusting. Congratulations on winning your first game of Pinocchio. If you're enjoying my misery, consider throwing money at me like Vort did, and Dom did, and Dr. Atheist did. as I waste away 4 hours of my life. Good morning, Jess. What's crazy is how much I could talk in this movie because of how little dialogue there is. Like, I'm not talking during any scenes of dialogue. I'm literally just talking if they're just showing slow motion set pieces. That's how little dialogue is in this film. And the set pieces aren't all that interesting, and most of them have really bad CG. And the soundtrack is all over the fucking place. Like, it sounds like they went to a royalty-free library and just spliced together whatever sounds they wanted for that specific scene. Because there's, like, no continuity between scenes' soundscape. Like, there is none. The music was made by a dude named Junkie XL instead of actually, like, composed. Well, that makes a lot of fucking sense. I think I'm like 45 minutes in or so. Mr. Skeem, my understanding is they had made a completely different movie with Snyder and scrapped it. They recovered all the stuff Snyder had shot and filled in the gaps as well. So it's an entirely different movie. There's like almost nothing from the original in it. And there's no more mustache-lipped Superman either. They took out all the shit, redesigned everything, redid the fucking story, and used all the stuff that Snyder had shot that they got rid of, and then filled in the gaps with new stuff. Yeah, Vort, you should really hire an actual composer for movie scores, is what this movie is telling me. Like, you know, not a DJ. It's not a sequel because it replaces the other story. John Williams is going to be dead before he's out of a job. Now we're getting Cyborg's backstory. Yeah, the sound score to this is one of the most atrocious things I've ever heard in a film. I guess I have to stop treating this like a AAA production because it's clearly made for TV budget. But this cinematic score is distractingly bad. I'm surprised I hadn't heard anything about how bad the sound is to this movie. The musical sound, I mean. It is so off-putting. It literally feels like I'm listening to a royalty-free library, the stuff that I use in my fucking YouTube videos, just being mashed together in a movie. Like, you don't have any of the authentic sound staging of, like, a real orchestra, any of the coherency of, like, designing a sound to tell the story of the film. It's literally just random sounds that they thought fit the scene, and it's, like, it's despicable. It's disgusting, and it makes me hate this movie. Like, it's fucking atrocious. People were like, oh, it's a great movie. I'm like, well, I'm never going to trust you at all for talking about, at the very least, fucking sound in movie, because this is despicable. Like, maybe people watch movies and just don't notice this type of shit, but then at that point I'd be like, okay, so where's the dumb fun then? Like, if I'm just over-reading into it, like, what about the dumb fun? There's none of that, because the CG's too bad to enjoy it. The action pieces are on slow motion, so I guess if that's your boner, sure. But I'm not even understanding where's the dumb appeal. I feel like people just like this because they want to like it, because they were also mad at Justice League, and Snyder hyped this up for 6 years. But I'm not finding any reason that this is actually good. I think there's a reason they just went the HBO Max budget and release on this, because the shit's not good so far. Yeah, I don't know how anyone who would consider themselves at all like a professional mind in film or media would have anything like extremely positive to say about this at this point. Maybe it turns a corner, but right now this is just like lacking nuance, over-glorified, egotistical, insulting sound, insulting visuals, insulting amounts of slow motion. And obviously, by the amount I'm talking, no fucking dialogue. If this is your idea of a dope movie, your standards are too low. Last DC movie that was good, Wonder Woman's probably the most recent. The first Wonder Woman. That movie was good. Joker is a DC movie, so that one. If you count that as DC. The Joaquin Phoenix Joker movie. And that's probably more recent than Wonder Woman. And there's a slew of very good DC cartoon movies. DC cartoon movies are lit as fuck. Alright, if you were here earlier in the stream, there was this whole scene with Aquaman that I thought shouldn't have been there. And I am double vindicated on that thought, because now they just had Aquaman appear to save someone. And it would have been such a better first viewing of Aquaman than what we got. That scene with Aquaman and the singing and all that shit that happened an hour ago in this movie that I was so confused by and thought was a waste, 100% was a waste of 10 minutes of this movie. This would have been infinitely a better way to introduce Aquaman into this movie. It's not even close. You could have just started with Batman saying Aquaman said no to Alfred, since they had that scene anyway. And this is the first time you see him. Wholly better storytelling. The storytelling feels so lazy and ham-fisted. I would say Sean Chandler probably just doesn't know shit about movies. Oh my god, now we're having a slow motion montage of Aquaman drinking, walking down a pier with a folk sounding song with lyrics playing. Bro, he ranked Wonder Woman, he ranked it above Wonder Woman and Aquaman and Shazam. Well, he's an idiot. Like, factually an idiot. What is this? And he's taking off his shirt in slow motion in the rain, jumping into the ocean while this like indie folk rock song is playing for no fucking reason. Of course, in slow motion, that's progressively getting slower. Wow. Dr. Atheist with $1. So have you seen Superman Red Sun? If you're talking the cartoon, yes. Bro, this is so bad. Like, I feel like this is a movie I could watch to enjoy, like, so bad that it's good at this point, which is really weird. I honestly went into this thinking it would be a good movie that was too long. Anyone who was here at the start of the stream can attest to that. I thought this was going to be a good movie that was too long. So it's not like I just expected this to be bad and that's why it's bad. This is just bad. This is so bad. Oh, it's still visually insulting. And yes, I have not talked during any dialogue in this movie. Just so you know. If you've noticed how much I'm talking, that's how much there's talking in this movie. God, I was really expecting a good movie that was too long. I can't tell you how disappointed I am an hour in. I really hope the movie turns a corner. I really do, because 4 hours is seeming like a long time right now. Like, wow. Sorry, there's actually dialogue, guys. I'll be back in a second. Alright, so I honestly don't remember the original Justice League enough to tell you. I remembered really not liking it, but enjoying how short it felt. I mean, literally, that was the thing I liked about it. It was paced really well, so it felt snappy. So I was like, well, I guess at least it was quick and easy. But I don't remember it at all. I know I didn't like it. So it would be hard for me to tell you if this is worse or not. Excuse me. Well, here's Darkseid talking to Steppenwolf. Dude, this gold and gray color scheme looks so terrible. Dude, what is this Darkseid design? Why is he all one color? Could they not afford other colors? Maybe this is like a hologram or something? I have no idea. He looks like a fucking talking bronze statue. And Steppenwolf's face looks like a PS5 game. So at least PS5, but definitely not real. Oh, they forgot to render the lighting for that shot. There was literally a line. You could see the color grade line from the CG 3D model that they forgot to render in blur on Darkseid's face. Whoopsie! I thought it was a deliberate choice until the camera panned to a different view and it was gone. Wow, it's bad. Even this shot of Gotham is bad CG. You could have built like a little miniature model. It would have looked better than that. There's no way to get like into a movie that looks this bad. So she's explaining the Infinity Stones. I mean, the totally not Infinity Stones. The cubes that are totally not like the Infinity Stones at all. Oh, we literally have a shot from 300 here. Like, we literally have a Spartan. So the Spartans are going to fight Darkseid. That's cool. All this is making me think is Snyder should just make 300 again, because that's a lot more fitting for this color grading and slow motion. It's just not working here. We had to have the CG sand pickup right in our face. Oh, good. This Darkseid looks good. Thank God. Hologram Darkseid looked terrible. This Darkseid looks alright. Not like epic, but alright, serviceable. He just did crop circle lava designs, I guess. Whew. The Infinity Stones. I mean the magic boxes. Mother boxes. Oh, you have to collect all the boxes? Interesting. And then you could... Oh my. Alright, so he uses the Infinity Stones, I mean the Mother Cubes, to zombify you instead of to obliterate you. Clever. Alright, looks like we're gonna have a battle. Green Lantern. That's dope. Let's go. That was unexpected and enjoyable. An ancient Green Lantern. I'm here for that. Oh, you're just gonna show him for 5 seconds? That's it? Bruh. Yo, you're literally having a battle with Zeus and the Amazonians and the fucking Green Lanterns and the Atlantis people. And you're making it look as generic as I've ever seen. So this is the super obvious way of saying, in order to stop this from happening, you're going to have to unify. Which means Batman needs to make the Justice League so they can stop them like the Spartans did in the ancient times. Very ham-fisted way to foreshadow the need for unity for the Justice League. But at least it's a cool-looking set piece. Should have aimed for the head! They literally even just did a giant axe move on Darkseid where he got his chest instead of his head. You should have aimed for the head. My god, that movie was like a while ago. How are you copying it right now? My god. Mom, I want to watch Infinity War and Endgame. We have Infinity War and Endgame at home. Infinity War and Endgame at home. Right here. Like, even the ships look similar. Alright, so now we've got our precursor to how you have to beat them. You have to unify. The Earth was the only one to ever beat Darkseid. I don't think so, Vort, because they reshot most of this. So now the Mother Stones are going to be kept in secret places now that they've been found, so that they won't come back and take them. Oh, the reshot's the epilogue. Gotcha. Aren't you looking at this a little too critical? No, I'm looking at it like a film, to be judged as a film, rather than just saying, oh, because it's comic books, we should look at it as great. I'm literally just taking this as if it's a film. How is it? And so far, bad. You don't just give something a free pass because Batman's in it. That's not how life works. Oh, we made it through part 2, gang. We made it through part 2. Part 3. Beloved mother, beloved son. Alright, this part's gonna be about Superman, I guess. I think. Whew. Nope, this looks like it's about Flash. Okay. I'm up for some Barry Allen stuff. Barry Allen, the first interesting character we've had on the screen so far, and we're an hour and 10 minutes in. Literally, that was the first moment of captivating dialogue in this whole movie. At least he has a personality. It's an annoying one, but it's a personality. Thank God. No one in this movie was allowed to have personalities, apparently. Well, Mrs. Skeem, I'm talking about, intellectually captivating, not boner captivating. She gonna get smacked. Go Flash powers, engage! Alright, let's see how they do this sequence. A lot of potential here. Yes, yes. Show me how his super speed works. Oh, please don't ruin it with terrible music. Alright, we're sticking to a simple piano. The piano sounds very electronic, but is passable. The hot dogs in the foreground... Oh, great, they're singing. God, why? Why are so many of these feel like independent artist songs instead of an actual composition? Why is there singing? This is ruining it. And there's hot dogs floating around. I get that he hit the hot dog stand, but really, do you have to have that as the focal point? Really, you're saving this girl and you're taking time to awkwardly stroke her hair. And stare at the hot dog. Oh my God. Are you gonna take a bite of the hot dog to this stupid music? No, you're literally put it in your... At least he's got personality. But what the fuck is this song? Ah. Why would I switch out the thumbnail? The thumbnail is what it is. Mrs. Skeem is talking about Aquaman again. Yes, she is. Oh, you want a Jason Momoa thumbnail? No, we're doing this. I am not skipping parts of the movie. I am watching it all the way through. Why? Those mouse clicks were me looking at what Mrs. Skeem was saying about thumbnails. Alright, they've come for Atlantis now. Together they stand, divided they fall. Yeah, I don't even know what Amy Smart looks like these days, so probably not her. Whew. Alright, so he's finding the cubes. Painfully, slowly. And we have another scene of nothing happening. Guys, I've talked a lot during the stream if you've been on it. I have made it a point not to speak if there's dialogue. There is very little, and I haven't even spoken in all the parts without dialogue. And I would say, you know, you don't have to have dialogue for a movie to be good, but nothing's happening to justify the lack of dialogue either. Like right now, this entire time I've been speaking, Lois Lane has been sitting next to a couch packing a suitcase. Literally, that's all. Infinity cubes! Yes, Dr. Atheist. We Skeem saying da da da. Alright, so they're looking like they're trying to do what Batman vs. Superman was setting up for between Wonder Woman and Batman, where they're trying to collect the Justice League. But they've been hinting like that's what they're going to do for the last hour and 20 minutes, and it just really hasn't been happening. Now we're going to see Cyborg's injury that led him to become a cyborg. Looks like it was a football game injury. Is that how he got injured in the comics? Really? Football? I don't know Cyborg that well, so I'm just going to assume maybe that's what happened. Or there's possibly multiple origin stories for him. Oh wow, this is extra levels of slow motion. Multiple origins, gotcha. Struck by lightning on a football field? Fancy. Let's see if that's what happens. It's snowing right now, so lightning would seem very odd to occur. Run, boy, get the touchdown. This is the most overly dramatic rush for a touchdown with slow motion moments I've ever seen. Like, it just feels like I'm watching a fucking end of a really corny sports movie. Like a really bad sports movie. And this musical score really solidifies that as well. Because of how bad this music sounds. Again, that's a theme of this movie. The composing for this movie is seriously criminally bad. Oh no, my dad wasn't here to see me win the big game. I'm so sad. Like, what the fuck? I'm watching the Justice League. How is there this long of a fucking sports montage? And is it a car accident that's gonna do it? Because he didn't get injured. Like, bro, what? Why was that scene there? Thor shoots lightning at him. How many comic peeps did I annoy? Dude, why is Cyborg such a bitch? Did nobody... Oh, so it is the car accident that does it. Did nobody understand Cyborg in this? Why is he acting like such a bitch? Wife dead. Boy crippled. Alright, so now... Really? Bro. Cyborg literally saying if you were there, Mom would still be alive because of a fucking car accident. Bro, why is Cyborg such a bitch in this? In no version of Cyborg have I seen Cyborg be an emo bitch. Oh, there was actually dialogue, Mrs. Skeem. Alright, gamers and cool guys and nerds, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Teen Titans Cyborg, that's an accurate depiction of a cyborg, is it not, from the comics? Kind of a lighthearted guy with some internal depression. But not emo bitch? Or am I just missing that Cyborg's actually emo bitch and this is supposed to be Cyborg? Okay, so Teen Titan Cyborg is correct. Alright, then this Cyborg sucks. Jason Todd, thank you for the dono. I appreciate you. This sequence on Cyborg's really cool, though. Explaining some of his powers through his dad's tape recording. That was a really smart way to be able to use exposition without it feeling stupid. So, props on that. That's probably the second cool moment I've had in this movie. We're only an hour and 20 minutes in. Hour and 20 minutes, we've had two genuinely good moments of storytelling and filmmaking. But this whole sequence is really well done. And the fact that it's being done in like a virtual reality sort of setting makes the CG completely like understandable instead of distracting. Also, Cyborg CG modeling doesn't look as bad as I thought it would compared to how the rest of this movie looked. Cyborg actually looks pretty good. So hooray for Cyborg not being completely ruined, aside from his personality being completely ruined. But visually... First Dino? You said first Dono and then first Dino. Well, thanks, Jason Todd. Dr. Atheist, this is just the tale of Captain Jack Sparrow. Oh, wrong stream. Lonely Island. This is the tale of Captain Jack Sparrow. Alright, the sequence has been overplayed now. Like everything else in this movie. It was cool. Now they ruined the coolness. It's going too long. No, when you have the right purpose and stakes and direction, you can make the most mundane things interesting if you're a good storyteller. Like, think of Lord of the Rings, how much of that movie is just fucking them walking from place to place, yet how captivating it is because of the way they set up the set pieces, the purpose, the character development. But this, they find a way to make, like, not mundane things. Like, he's, like, using some crazy technology to, like, manipulate shit to make this poor lady rich right now. And yet they found a way to make it feel boring. It's just not good storytelling. But you gotta like that Cyborg's got a great heart right now. This is a sweet moment. The music is ruining it. Because this orchestra is so bad because it's not real and it's obviously not real. But that was a really cool moment aside from the music ruining it. Oh, really? So at the end of the recording, it says, "Let me speak to you not as a scientist, but as a father." And Cyborg breaks the tape because he's an emo bitch. Like, this is the worst personality for Cyborg I could ever imagine. At least he looks cool. And they're like mixing up this heart of gold with this heart of bitch. Alright, he's got his Mega Man blaster. It's good to see that make a comeback. He doesn't strike me as the booyah kind of guy in this film. Dr. Atheist crushed the tape like a bitch. Ruined my whole role like a bitch. Disappoint all the fans like a bitch. Alright, we just had a good conversation between Barry and his dad in a well-directed scene that was paced really well, and because there wasn't any music, I wasn't taken out of the scene. And of course we flashed to Barry walking across a train track with a really bad-looking CG train just to take me right back out. But, yeah, that was a good moment because there was no fucking music to ruin it. We are not there yet, Freeman. We're not even 2 hours in. We're not even halfway. Oh, God, we're not halfway. Guys, we're not halfway. Whew. This is a test of strength. I love Barry Allen's character in this movie. He's the highlight so far. This whole sequence of Bruce Wayne meeting Barry Allen is awesome. Bruce just threw a batarang at his face to make him show off his powers. This is great. Bruce's attempt at getting Aquaman was like so dumb. Skeem, if you do some clickety clicks and move things along, I won't say anything. No, we're watching the whole thing. And then he catches it. Barry Allen is the highlight of this movie so far. If the movie continues on this sort of a path, it will go back to what I was hoping the movie would be going in, which is good but too long. Because so far it hasn't even been good. Oh great, we got music starting again and it's fucking it up. Just, stop with the musical hits. You're ruining the scene. What is this? How does this dubstep sounding bullshit match this vibe? God. I love that Barry is just like, Bruce doesn't even finish talking. He's like, I'm in. I need friends. What's your special power? I'm rich. Fucking love it. Oh my God, more terrible music. Stop ruining this movie with this fucking music. Bro, don't let a DJ compose for your music. You know why everyone thinks that they're a DJ? Because literally anybody can be a DJ. That's why. It doesn't take skill or talent. God, stop this music. Can we get a Whedon-Snyder dual cut where they hire a competent composer to redo this movie? Because I think I would like this movie at least twice as much if the sound staging was competent. So Alfred is the Lucius Fox of this universe, pretty much, it seems. He's just making all the gadgets. That's fine, I guess. Kind of prefer Lucius, but whatever. Freeman, $5. I am wondering which is the better use of my time, watching this or the live stream from the new volcano in Iceland. Close call. That is a close call. You could probably watch both. You just have the volcano on, and this sound. You watch the volcano, but listen to this sound. That's what I would do. We're back to just walking. At least we're just looking at Gal Gadot, who is, you know, Jason Momoa hot, but from the other gender. She's just, like, outlandishly attractive, just like Jason Momoa is. There's Cyborg to be an emo bitch. Dude, why is Cyborg such a bitch? But you're allowed to talk about Jason Momoa? Nah, we ain't playing that way. Mrs. Skeem, you're as much going to randomly morph into Gal Gadot after you have our new child as I'm going to morph out of my dad bod into Jason Momoa overnight if I decide to go to the gym. It's fair play. Alright, Cyborg's digging up a grave now. Apparently. These are the most uninteresting characters. Oh boy. All right, we're like an hour and 40 minutes in. We have had three, I guess, action sequences. Only one of them was interesting. The other two were just overblown CG slow motion shit. Now we had Cyborg's dad get attached by one of the Bumblebee monsters. I'm sorry, I just saw who they cast as Commissioner Gordon. Look it up and have yourself a laugh. Look who Commissioner Gordon is in this movie. He's the guy from the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. The one with all the memes laughing at Spider-Man. Laughing at Tobey Maguire. The guy who hired Peter to take pictures of Spider-Man. He's Commissioner Gordon, and it's just funny to me. He's in DC now. He's going, where's Spider-Man? Wrong universe, sir. Dude, Barry is seriously holding this whole cast together as the only interesting person. Like, I get he's like the comic relief, so comic relief's gonna have that interest, but honestly, as like seemingly a character with more than one dimension, he's the only one that I see with like more than one dimension to his personality. He's literally just like the entire character development is resting on the shoulders of the comic relief. That's not a good look. This movie does make the Tobey Maguire Spider-Mans look like masterpieces, except for Part 3. Part 3 is pretty much at the level of this movie. Thank you, Napson. I really appreciate that you loved it. And I'm glad it's getting people in their nostalgia. I really appreciate that, man. Enjoyed being on that fun little ciphery do with y'all. Alright, so we're having another action sequence, this time in Atlantis underwater. This one's kind of interesting. They're doing some cool stuff with the physics where the Atlantis people can put little holes in the water, so I'm actually enjoying this sequence. And they're not using a bunch of slow motion. The music scoring is once again distracting because, as Vort has pointed out, when I was so confused at why it sounded so bad, it was made by a DJ. Yo, that was dope. You trying to suck his face off or something? With some weird life force drainer? Junkie XL definitely gave us an extra large junkie musical score. He lived up to his title. These cinematic sounds sound so flat. Like everything just sounds so flat. It doesn't fill the soundstage. It's either overly loud or weirdly quiet. It's so generic. Like how did this fly? I guess people don't know what good sound is these days. That's how it flew. It was not your headphones, Vort. This movie's just... The sound, the music is produced terribly. It sounds... It honestly sounds like if I tried to compose music for a movie. I'm not a film movie composer, and I'd have to do it mostly digitally. And it would sound not good enough for a film, and that's where this is sitting. Well, we get shirtless Jason Momoa again, so I mean, that's a perk. I wish we had some shirtless Gal Gadot in this as well, but at least we get Jason Momoa. I don't think it would sound better than this, Vort. Film composition's not my thing. I know, Dr. Atheist, we don't get any equality. Alright, well, we're approaching almost 2 hours in. The movie has gone from utter garbage fire where it started to serviceable. I still wouldn't call it overall good at this point, almost halfway through. But it's not as insultingly bad as it started. The biggest issue with it recurring right now, because they've kind of toned down the CG, so it's not as visually annoying. Or they've improved the quality of it, because there's still a lot of CG sort of pieces. But the music still takes you out of it every time it starts. That dude literally just made a testicle force field. It literally was a veiny testicle force field. Alright, that's the end of that part. Thanos Thor is pissed. We're into part 4. Change Machine. Mrs. Skeem, why are you throwing shade at me? I'm not doing anything to you. Alright, we got the great reveal of Batman. Ben Affleck Batman. With Wonder Woman and Flash. Alright, they're looking good. Okay. Good moments. Steppenwolf still looks too CG, but better than the last one. Hey, Cyborg's joining the team. Oh, his CG looks really bad in this scene. It was looking good. It looks really bad here. That looks better now. That was just a weird shot. I like how with... I'm going to wait for them to stop talking, and we're going to talk about how ridiculous this scene is. So I like how everyone just disappears except for the fastest one. The Flash doesn't. But, okay, they're all on the roof with the bat signal talking to fucking Commissioner Gordon to try to plot out where Steppenwolf and his goons are. Yo, you got Cyborg who could literally hack the world itself. Diana, who has shown she could hack Bruce Wayne's shit. And Batman, the greatest detective. And they're on a rooftop trying to get tips from the fucking police commissioner. Why? And now we have a random 1995 electronic guitar montage as we stare at all of our heroes' asses jump off a train. Appreciation for the ass, but not for the guitar. Oh, great. We got this stupid electric guitar again. A walking montage with some of the corniest sounding... Like, this just sounds like the shit that I get from my royalty-free music site for my YouTube channel. That's the quality of this music. These bits are a little bit reminiscent of the original Justice League. I think these scenes were somewhat in the original Justice League, if I remember, or at least similar. Some of the first scenes that I've recognized. But with much worse music. Here, though, they're mostly in costume instead of CG costume, so at least visually, this looks really cool. That was some bad acting. I will die before I tell you. Oh, now Cyborg all of a sudden loves his dad. That. Alright, we're gonna have our first fight with Steppenwolf. With Wonder Woman, Batman, The Flash, and Cyborg. This better be fucking good. We've been going 2 hours without a fight scene proper. Which is the length of most of these actual movies. Alright, they went with Wonder Woman's theme here, which was a safe choice, because Wonder Woman's theme is badass. This is not the best version of Wonder Woman's theme I've heard. It's the new one. It's not the best composing of it, but it's passable. It is satisfying to see Wonder Woman chop people in half and guts fly out. Like, that's nice. Feels more like the comic book. But we're getting a 1v1 with Wonder Woman, which is weird. Okay, here we go. Now we're seeing everyone else. Dude, The Flash is dope as hell. The Flash is making this movie for me in every single way. So far, this scene is absolutely satisfying. It took 2 hours to get here, but this scene's been great. Something about the way they choreograph Batman in this one is way better. The way he fights makes more sense. I feel like in the Whedon cut, Batman just fought as if he had superpowers and it didn't make sense. This, he's using his gadgets like a true Batman would. This is a much more satisfying Batman. This whole scene right here is extremely satisfying as a nerd. But we took 2 hours to get here, and it was not a good 2 hours. Like, honestly, this scene, if you had good pacing to set it up, this type of a sequence with a good movie to back it feels like what you would think this would be if DC was competent. Like, feels that Marvel quality style. This is a Marvel quality sequence. It's satisfying. It's true to the characters and the lore. But unfortunately, the entire movie to get here was shit. Oh, dude, this is dope. It's like a Flash sequence with the Flash where he just strobe light saved everybody. And then Cyborg came in and blasted up. Like, this whole scene is perfect. But that's one scene in a 4-hour movie that we're halfway through. This scene looks familiar. I'm pretty sure this is pretty well the same from the original Justice League cut, this part here. But it was a good sequence, so I'm glad it's still here. Yes, this is 4 hours long. It's insanity. We just had one of the first good uses of slow motion, which also included a freeze frame zoom around Gal Gadot's butt stuff. Fan service. Ooh, ouch. Flash tripped. Cyborg and Dad had, I guess, some sort of reuniting experience just then. This part is still... Oh, the Cyborg's little fucking hacking system arms. That's dope as hell. Let's go. What's my take on Batfleck? He's much better handled in this one. I'm actually super into this version of Batman. Just the way they choreographed him makes so much more sense. And he's very gadget focused. Alright, Steppenwolf bailed. And Aquaman's here now. Hooray! More help! Yo, let's fucking go, Aquaman! Yo, this sequence is so fucking good. And there's been almost no slow motion. The only slow motion was when Flash was doing stuff in frozen time. This is like perfection. The music's still not great, but it's serviceable. Honestly, with how little the backstory of the start of this movie was needed, if you start at whatever chapter this is, because I think this chapter started with them talking to Commissioner Gordon, start the movie there and we'll see how the rest of this movie goes, and maybe there's a way to watch this that's decent, because that was like 2 hours in. It's not like you needed any of the start of this. Especially if you've seen the original Justice League, the Mother Stones and all that shit's the same. None of it was worth watching. What is Steppenwolf seeing now? Alright, well, that sequence was A+. Perfect. Now let's see what happens after this. Cyborg's got the last box. And there's the giant testicle tent. I love that their fortress looks like a giant testicle. That's interesting. They're all gonna be fucked now. Steppenwolf is a big brain boy. Found out that the anti-life formula's here on Earth. He's gonna rule the multiverse like a fucking rock star. Oh, Darkseid's actually forming into some statue again. Alright, Steppenwolf and Darkseid have hatched their new plot. Alright, right now the movie's actually compelling. Obviously, by the lack of my talking, there's a good amount of dialogue. So perhaps it has a strong second half. Still no Superman. There's a really cool sequence of Cyborg telling the story of how they got the box. Told in a really cool way, too. Very visually cool. Oh, so he used the mother box to make Cyborg. Fancy. That's how he revived him. So Cyborg's suit is literally made out of the motherfucking box. Huh, sounds like Vision. The Mind Stone. He even has the glow in his forehead like the or like the Mind Stone. All right, Cyborg is Vision in this universe. Oh, this is a way smarter way to revive Superman. I don't remember how they revived Superman in the original Justice League, but I don't think it was this way. This is going to make way more sense. Someone want to remind me how they revived Superman in the original Justice League? Was it with the box that was used to revive Cyborg, or I don't remember the original Justice League, but this is a dope way to bring Superman back, and it's way more dramatic than I remember anything in the original Justice League being. Please, someone in the comments tell me what they did to revive Justice League, or revive Superman in the original Justice League, because I don't fucking remember, because that movie was terrible. I remember there was like a pool that they used. Nobody in chat's gonna tell me? It was the cube? Okay. I just don't remember them actually explaining why the cube revived him. They did a pretty good explanation for why the cube would revive Superman in this. With the box, Barry, and the Kryptonian ship. Gotcha. It was similar, but there's more explanation for how it works. Yeah, that explanation was very satisfying because now bringing Superman back makes fine sense. So far, the first 2 hours of this movie were a complete waste of your life. This next half has been way better. But we'll see. There's still another hour and a half left. An hour and 40 or so. So Superman's mom and Lois Lane are talking about how sad it is they have to keep Superman's secret and grieve. Why did they keep it a secret? Why would it matter at that point? I don't understand. Why wouldn't they just say it was Clark Kent with Superman? Like what does that hurt? He's dead. I mean, they're going to bring him back, so it's a good thing they kept the secret now, but I don't understand why they kept it secret. Oh boy, this scene wouldn't feel dragging if it wasn't for how long this movie's been going. Okay, why? What is this sequence I'm seeing? What? Really? Why are you here? What? Excuse me? Interesting. They're giving a lot of good backstory here to why Steppenwolf didn't come sooner. That's awesome. All right, the second half is going strong. So the reason I said what just happened is fucking, what's his name, Martian Manhunter showed up. Martian Manhunter was actually Superman's mom in disguise to get Lois Lane for some reason, recruit her. Probably to help after they revive Superman. Was not expecting Martian Manhunter. And then they explained why they didn't come to try to... It's why Steppenwolf hadn't come to Earth sooner to find the cube. The cube didn't call out till Superman died because apparently the cube knew Superman was going to fuck everything up. So, some good storytelling in the second half. I'm still trying to figure out why the first 2 hours of this movie exists. If the second 2 hours is all good, I'm going to be super confused as to why the first two exist. Like, you could sum up the first 2 hours of this movie in like a quick 20 minutes. Maybe a half hour. So we need the Snyder cut, where it's a 2.5 hour movie of just the best parts of this 4 hours with new music. Then we'll finally have the Justice League that everybody wanted. Take this, cut to the best 2.5 hours, give it an actual soundtrack, and you'll have done it on your third attempt. Ugh. Yo. Oh, they're giving the character some personality. What was the first 2 hours of this movie? I need to know. This feels like a different movie. At the scene when they talked to Gordon on the rooftop, which I think was in the original Justice League, from that scene forward, like, this has not felt like the same movie at all. There's been no more hokey indie rock songs. There was the electric guitar during their walking montage. That was it. Like, what the hell? I'm going to find out what chapter that was so I could tell you what chapter to start on later. As long as you understand that the mother cubes are super powerful, basically infinity stones, and Steppenwolf is the bad guy, and Superman died in Batman vs. Superman, you're pretty good to go and pick up at that spot of the movie. There's nothing else that happens. And all of that, honestly, is explained in fucking practically Batman vs. Superman anyway. A little too much, Sean D? Bro, don't undersell. It was literally 2 hours that should have taken 15 to 20 minutes. Like the Rance, the 3-hour version of Batman vs Superman isn't too terrible. The theatrical cut of Batman vs Superman is unwatchable to me. The 3-hour version is bad. That's where I rank those. 3-hour Batman vs Superman, the rated R Snyder cut, watchable. Not good, but watchable. Original theatrical cut, not even watchable. Welcome back, Cab. Exactly, Brandon. That first 2 hours was so painful. We've got an hour and a half left, and ever since the about 2 hour mark of this movie, this has actually been like really good. Like mostly like Marvel quality, to be honest with you. Honestly, if that first 2 hours wasn't there and the rest of the movie continues on like this, I would say the latter half of this movie is on par with some of the best that Marvel's done. Which makes it a shame that that first 2 hours exists. Aside from the sound scoring, because even though it's improved in this part of the movie, it still sounds really electronic and not correct. Am I more of a Marvel fan? No, but Marvel's made objectively better live-action films. I like DC's cartoons a lot, though. Marvel doesn't make good cartoons. DC cartoons are way better. Like, I feel like I like DC characters better. They just don't make good movies. Not any fault of the characters, just Warner Brothers is stupid. We get to see all the cool Kryptonian suits. It's nice. Do you know anyone who could fit better scores in this movie, Skeem? Literally almost any composer in Hollywood. This film score, apparently, according to Vort, was done by a DJ named Junkie XL. Which I'm not surprised, because I was just like, what is wrong with the sound in this movie? Why is it so bad? And then Vort was like, yeah, it's a DJ composed the soundtrack. I'm like, how did you let a DJ do your film score? And the most sad thing is, why have I not heard anyone else talk about how awful this film score is? Does nobody pay attention to audio and film anymore? It's really making me not trust other people's judgment on movies at all, that I haven't seen anyone mention how insulting this film score is, and how electronic it sounds, and how it doesn't sound like it occupies any sort of sound stage, and how it just distracts from the movie. Like, that's a big thing. If you changed the music in certain movies, you could change a horror from a comedy or a comedy to a horror on that alone. All right, that's the goodnight alarm. So I will be right back, pausing the movie to wish my son good night. Whew, we'll be right back. Okay, we are back. 2 hours and 32 minutes in. An hour and 29 minutes are left. So far, I'm going to find the chapter for you guys at the end of this stream, if the movie stays good, as to where I would tell you to start this movie if you have HBO Max and you want to watch this. Because so far, if the rest of the movie carries this way, then the movie from that point on is like a top shelf movie. But that first 2 hours, like, I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy. So let's keep it going and see if it stays at this level. Honestly, at least this second half is trying to be orchestra in sound. It just sounds a bit flat. That could be because of the streaming service, who knows. The stupid techno dubstep bullshit was mostly in the first 2 hours. That hasn't crept back up, nor has the indie, like the things that sound like I ripped it off of a royalty-free YouTube library. All of that was in the first 2 hours. None of that has happened since, except for one electric guitar riff. So, like, even though I don't think it's well composed, it's nothing like the first couple hours. So, we'll see. If the movie keeps at this pace for the next hour and a half, there is a way to watch this. So this scene is very similar to the original Justice League because I'm kind of recognizing some of this. This is the Resurrection Superman scene. We technically have 43 people in here, Gubby. People want to know. They don't want to buy HBO Max. They want to hear your boy Skeem tell them if it's any good. So far, again, from the 2-hour point on, it's been extraordinary. The first 2 hours was some of the worst shit I've ever seen. Freeman, no, we got another hour and a half left, but after the first 2 hours, this movie really hit a stride. Derek, I wouldn't recommend anyone watch the previous Justice League movie for any reason. Don't do it. No, the first 2 hours is far inferior to anything I remember from Joss Whedon's Justice League. There was nothing in Joss Whedon's Justice League I remember being as offensive to my viewing as the first 2 hours of this. The first 2 hours of this was so painfully bad, it is hard to describe. And this is an interesting montage of them losing to Darkseid here. I guess Barry might have traveled through time to see it. Even a dead Green Lantern. So they use Superman to do it. That's what happens in that. So Cyborg just saw a reality in which Superman would be used to win the war for Darkseid. I thought that was Barry that saw that, but no, it was Cyborg. Yo, Flash just turned back time. A little bit. This sequence is really cool. Oh boy. What do you mean now the movie gets good? The movie already got good at the 2 hour mark, Vort. And Superman's back. These are some images I remember from the first Justice League. Now let's see if this goes terribly wrong like it did in the original, where Superman's mind is not back. And they have like a little fight. Yep, looking like it's going that way. Uh-oh. Cyborg shots fired, literally. I sure hope that we still get that moment when Flash goes super speed and Superman watches him and Flash gets freaked out. That was one of my favorite things from the original. I'd love to see that again. That's one scene I do remember from the original. If they take that out, I'll be sad. Yeah, good luck, entire Justice League, taking out Superman. He's a bit stronger than you. Yep, we're getting that moment. Flash is gonna run and Superman's gonna watch him. It's right here. Such an epic moment. First time Barry ever saw someone that just watches him in super speed. And Barry's face. Oh, shit. Thank you for leaving that in the movie, because that is just classic. I love this part when Superman's like not on their side, because it just shows how ridiculously more powerful Superman is than everyone else. And he's having a whole fight with the Flash. I don't remember this. He's having a whole fight with the Flash while everyone's still suspended in the air. The Flash is just dodging for his life. I just feel like DC movies would be more successful if they would just embrace how powerful Superman is and just learn to be better writers with that in mind. So many times they just try to make Superman weaker and act like that makes him a more interesting character. Superman is most interesting when he pretty much is invulnerable and his conundrums are more in moral ambiguity or how to wield that power, or when someone who is equally godlike challenges him but nothing else would, and he's way stronger than the rest of the Justice League, etc. And this movie so far is taking that angle with Superman, which is the angle you should take. You should always show that Superman could crush the rest of the Justice League without even trying, if he wanted to. And so your hope is that he never wants to. In the comics, Superman is usually also much smarter than everybody else. So even if you have like precautions against him, he allows you to have those precautions against him because he too knows that if he ever turned against them, he needs to be stopped. It's like all the stuff that Batman has planned to kill Superman, Superman knows about it and allows it to exist to make sure Batman could kill Superman if he ever went AWOL. And that's the proper way to portray him as a character, which this movie so far seems to understand. Yes, and then theatrical Flash just tripped. You are correct. We got a whole fight sequence in this one. This sequence is amazing right now. Just Superman's complete overpowering of the entire Justice League without even trying is just such a perfect representation. It's because Super knows Batman's the only one who would morally kill Superman if needed. Exactly. Like, I love the dynamic that the comics have established where Superman is smarter than Batman, but he makes sure that he forces himself to be ignorant towards the ways that Bruce would kill Superman if Superman ever went AWOL, because he wants Bruce to be able to do that. Like, that's intelligent writing. Instead, most of the time when they try to make Superman in these modern things, they just make him that he gets outsmarted or he's too weak, which is just lazy writing because he's a fucking god. Well, now Martian Manhunter's appearance in this makes more sense to make sure Lois is involved. Because Lois is the one that can make Superman realize everything. But is Martian Manhunter just going to show up for that one spot and not actually help? I guess. That's what I'm assuming at this point. He wasn't even in the original one. I think I'm going to call him Marvin Martian from now on because that makes me laugh. All of the lasso, Wonder Woman's lasso, everything else, nothing could help Superman snap out of it. But his boner for Lois Lane did the trick. The power of super boners helps you realize your entire personality. Momoa's pissed at Flash. Well, and Steppenwolf shows up. Damn it. Right when Superman leaves. Well, that's no good. Well, Steppenwolf pissed. Oh boy, Cyborg's dad's gonna get fucked. Man, if he dies, these movies always make the black dudes do the self-sacrifice moves. Why you always gotta do them like that? Yeah, I don't think you're making it out of this one, man. Steppenwolf pissed. I don't see any of the Justice League. Oh, Cyborg showed up. Oh no, you gonna blow the shit up, aren't you? Don't do it! No! Why? Cyborg shows up just in time to see his dad obliterate himself. The man's literally dissolved Endgame style. Well, that self-sacrifice didn't do shit. Seemed like the box went off just fine. I agree, Dark Nauseous. It was a very satisfying explanation. Nice. It was actually a smart move. All right, so Daddy Cyborg made the cube the hottest thing on the planet so they'd be able to find it. So basically like a tracking device for a magic cube. Part 6, something darker. Ooh, even darker now. All right, so far, again, since the 2-hour mark, this movie's been Marvel quality. But the first 2 hours was some of the worst things I've ever seen. It made it like just pathetically bad. Henry Cavill looking jacked in this movie, though. Shirtless the whole time. I know, Rance, seriously, I'm pretty sure, like, I'm going to tell you guys the chapter to start on if you have HBO Max, and then it's a 2-hour movie. It's a full movie. Like, this is 4 hours. If you start at the 2-hour mark and it keeps going like this, like, we actually have a 2-hour solid Justice League, which makes the first 2 hours even less explainable. But we're going to see. We still got another hour left. It could go back to shit again and maybe just have a good third hour. We're approaching the 4th hour here, so we'll see. 50 Shades of Darkseid. That's not how you spell Darkseid. For the comic book villain, anyway. Chest carpet be looking thick. Yeah, he do have that chest hair. Vort's got the spelling correct. If Superman full punched a human, would they explode? They would disintegrate more than explode. And full punch, honestly, I think if the impact could cause any rippling, I mean, honestly, Superman's full form, comic-wise, if he sneezes without restraining himself, he could destroy a galaxy, so... Well, let's just put it this way, Rants. Writers who are actually good writers of Superman will have him basically be a god. Writers who are terrible writers will have Superman have limitations. Because Superman as a character was designed to not have limits. Like, the principle of Superman is basically an invincible force for good. And then the moral quandaries that come with what is good, etc., etc. And the ways that his restraint of power is abused by people who are trying to thwart him. So, if you're a good writer of Superman, which most people aren't, you'll try to give Superman limits. But if you understand Superman as a character and you're writing for Superman, Superman will not have limits. The point of his arc is to be limitless. Superman's brains are back. If you happen to have kryptonite, well, most Superman variants have kind of figured that shit out. Especially if Superman's befriended Batman or has any tech, he'll usually just wear a suit that makes him immune to kryptonite. So it's a pretty simple solution for soups. Yeah, Superman's always been weak to magic because his strength is physical, not mystical. That is one weakness that's actually authentic of Superman is magic. Because he's limitless in the physical realm, not in the magical realm. So you need to get Doctor Strange from Marvel over to kick Superman's ass. But yeah, people who talk about like Superman in a like physical altercation with anyone, if you're talking like genuine Superman lore, Superman's not challenged by anyone in a physical altercation. Doctor Strange would probably own Superman, yes. So now we've actually connected back to the Batman vs. Superman, Barry Allen traveling through time to warn Bruce about Lois. So apparently they're going to target Lois Lane to try to make Superman evil, kind of like in the Injustice Gods Among Us storyline. Not a bad place to go. So we're coming into now the final... We are officially less than an hour left in this movie. Less than an hour to go. And it has been a solid film still since the 2-hour mark. So we might have half of a good movie. But we'll see. We got an hour, a little less than an hour left. Captain America, Black Panther, Superman, who wins? Superman doesn't even have to try to win that battle. He could probably take a nap for most of it. Kill them by snoring. Hulk versus Superman, it depends. If Superman's willing to kill, he's going to win. If they're just fighting in a grudge match with nobody attempting to die, Hulk probably will because he just gets compoundedly stronger the more you hurt him, and he has very fast regeneration. But if Superman's intent on killing Hulk, Superman will win. He'll kill him before he can regen. But if Superman's trying to subdue Hulk, he probably won't be able to. He'd have to kill him if he wants it to end. They have a plan! The music stopped sounding like it was taken from royalty-free library rants. It's still not the best orchestral music by any stretch of the imagination, but it's not as distractingly bad because they don't have the stupid clips and blips, and it's actually like based on normal themes. Alright, Superman chose the black suit, apparently, with the silver S. Snyder had to go all dark with it. Alright, we got some stupid electric guitar again. First dumb music we've had since the start of this second 2 hours. But it's okay, I guess. It's really not okay. It's terrible. But it looks like it's fading away. Yep, it's gone. Thank goodness. Well, that was a pointless 30-second montage. But they're approaching the giant testicle. Yes, Steppenwolf's headquarters is a giant testicle. There is no other way to describe what this thing looks like. It's literally veiny and everything. Alright, Batman's flying towards the giant testicle now. Oh, he's shooting missiles at it. That's gotta hurt. Alright, so it looks like Batman has now arrived in his nightmare from Batman vs. Superman, pretty much, with the bumblebees. Another nice little action setup here. Well, the Batmobile's packing some heat, baby. He just mowed some motherfuckers down. At least Batman called them insects, so he's on the same page as I am, that they look like little bumblebees. Maybe not bumblebees, but you get it. Dude, the Batmobile got some serious firepower in this movie. He knew he was about to try to do some bug squashing. I wonder if anyone... Yeah, I mean, I would watch the movie along with me if I was watching this stream. Why not? I mean, I guess unless you don't want someone talking through the whole fucking movie. Who knows what people are doing during this stream? I've been surprised we've had more than 30 viewers the entirety of this 4 hours. But hey, glad you're enjoying my commentary. Oh, that one got impaled. Nice. Bees go bzzz. This is a cool moment again. Alright, we got stupid electric guitar again, but it's kind of working here because this scene's a little goofy. So, this at least fits the vibe. Goofy in a good way. Goofy in a comic book way. Not in a poorly done way. These scenes, a lot of them are similar to the original, though, because I remember a lot of this action sequence. But the lighting here looks a lot better. Actually, someone just mentioned that. I'm glad they took away the bright red sky. My man! Yep, Cab, we just passed that part. Being on a stream of something I didn't give a F about. Don't regret a second of it. There you go. That's the spirit. Good call, Duel. You were fucking on your phone, Dr. Atheist? I don't know how that works, but I... Good job, Aquaman. Mrs. Skeem showering, Gubby playing video games. I'm just glad y'all are hanging out. You know, makes this a lot more enjoyable of a 4 hours for me. To have a chat to talk to in between some of the lull moments of this movie, which it has a few. Especially at the start. Alfred and Superman are gonna talk. I think Alfred and Superman talked in the original, maybe? Perhaps? I don't know. I fucking don't remember the original. Some of this stuff, like, I vaguely am like, maybe I remember this? Maybe I'm making it up? The original was worse than this, I know that. Well, not the first 2 hours of this. First 2 hours of this is worse than pretty much anything I could ever remember. But the second 2 hours is great. Oh shit, we got more stupid dubstep music though. Stop it, DJ Butt Cheeks, who did the music for this. This is a cool action sequence. I love how we all blocked out the original Justice League. We sure did. I don't remember any of it, bro. There's just been a couple parts of this movie that I'm like, yeah, I think this is in the original. Most of it, I don't think was. Mrs. Skeem, you did see Justice League with me. We saw it together. But yeah, that's how bad it was. Yo, Superman! What an entrance. Bro! With the freeze breath on his fucking axe. My god, let's fucking go! All he says is, not impressed. Bro, Superman being badass. It feels nice to see someone who understands Superman as a character a little bit. Who's just like, looks at someone like Steppenwolf and says, bro, you're a little bitch. This is a 4-hour movie, Silver Knight. Let's go, Superman. He's just like, Steppenwolf, you're a little bitch. Oh, yo, Wonder Woman tosses him. Aquaman hits him with the fucking thing as if it's a baseball bat, and Superman punches him in the face. Let's go. Yeah, it's that long. It's way too fucking long. And the first 2 hours were one of the worst things I've ever seen. But the second 2 hours is amazing. Oh, he chopped off his fucking horn. Ooh, Barry got wrecked. And Steppenwolf getting the shit beat out of him. Well, Darkseid's here now. Barry, you better go back in time to fix this shit. Let's go, because everything's fucked right now. Darkseid's about to obliterate the Earth. Break the rule, motherfucker. Let's go, Barry. Do Flash shit. Oh, you are the best part of this movie. You were the only shining light in the first 2 hours of this movie. Let's go, fucking Flash, bro. Yo, fucking break time and space, Flash. Let's fucking go. Yo, he's literally restructuring the universe with his speed, and it looks so cool. This is where the CG budget went, not Steppenwolf. This fucking sequence. This looks so awesome. did they release a version of this movie without this scene is beyond me. Like, why? Why don't you keep this? Let's go, Barry! Save the fucking world! Man, I feel like without the first 2 hours of this movie, this is like the perfect DC movie. I understand the hype around this after the second 2 hours, but the first 2 hours need to rot in fucking hell. They were so grueling and bad to watch, and not necessary at all. You literally could have done a 15-20 minute intro and skipped all of that. It was so painful. Way to go, Cyborg. Cyborg being badass against the demons in the cube. Fuck those demons up. I have a better solution, Skullsy. Start this one 2 hours in because you literally don't need the first 2 hours. You'll still be able to understand this movie without it. Yeah, he's still being an emo bitch, Rants, but at least he was being a cool emo bitch. Aquaman! Fuck up Steppenwolf, I guess. Yo, cut off his fucking head, bitch. Get punked, son. And he gets sent back to Darkseid decapitated. I wouldn't say that's a very comic accurate representation of the old boy, but it's satisfying in this arc. Am I planning on watching the Mortal Kombat movie? I was not, because there's no fucking Johnny Cage in it. Hi, Darkseid, you gonna try to come fight? Nope. Darkseid pissed because Superman's there now. So Darkseid's gonna have to find a new plan. The cubes are dead. They're gonna just try to fight for it. Aight. How much is left in this movie? Damn. Still a half hour left. How? How do you have 30 minutes left? So far we've had an hour and a half of good movie and 2 hours of some of the worst shit I've ever seen. Just so you guys know, for the 4-hour film, we have the first 2 hours was an abomination, probably one of the worst things I've ever seen. The music was atrocious. The visuals were awful. The acting was spotty. It was pointless. Everything was in slow motion, and it made me hate my life. The last 90 minutes after that has been about as good as the best things I've seen the Marvel Cinematic Universe put out. Like, I don't understand. How could they have not just kind of collabed, take a, fucking Snyder's vision and had an editor go, yeah, fuck all of this, but this is good. But the fact that we have 30 minutes left tells me that there will only be 90 minutes of good film in this. Because if we have another half hour left after the epic fight, then I feel like it's going to go back to the first 2 hour feel again. Which means we'll have a 4 hour movie with an hour and a half of greatness. That's rough. That's fucking rough. You can't do that in a 4 hour movie, bro. Ah. But at least we got that hour and a half, I guess. It's fading to black like the movie's over because it's time for a new chapter. I guess we could stop there, but... oh, Epilogue. Oh, people told me this is bad. Oh, good, Epilogue. My brother just told me this is bad, too. Oh, well, we have 90 minutes of good movie. We'll see if the Epilogue is okay. And, emo bitch Cyborg's gonna listen to the rest of his dad's message that he crushed at the beginning, I guess. I will tell you guys what chapters to watch when we're done here. If the epilogue's good, I'll tell you to watch that as well. I'm assuming the epilogue is where the Joker comes in, since he was in the fucking preview. Because the Joker hasn't shown his face yet. I'm not doing ad time right now. I don't even have Twitch open. We're down to the final stretch, guys, of this super long epilogue. 30 minutes to tie up loose ends is how much they think they need to take. Sweet moment between Barry and his dad. Superman and Batman are besties now. That's good. Cyborg looks like he's done being an emo bitch. He's found closure, so maybe he'll start goofing. Still no booyah. Disappointing there. I don't know how they're going to stretch this for a half hour. Feels pretty well wrapped up already. Batman hanging out with Commissioner Gordon again. So far, it's still fine, though, so we'll see. Wonder Woman might be going back to the Amazonians. Who knows? Can't really tell. Or at least remembering them. Barry just doing Barry shit, running around, smiling. Okay, you just ended the movie again, but you're still going. The movie ended again with this dramatic thing into Superman's chest. Bro, why are you still going, movie? You better bring something interesting, because you just ended successfully twice now. You're overstaying that welcome. Now we got Lex Luthor, okay. Ugh. Ugh, the baldy, crazy version of Luthor in the asylum. Or the back of his head anyway, so obviously a trap for this poor security guard. Not Luthor. Some random scary dude. Alright, so Luthor escaped somewhere. Replaced by a lunatic. Looks like this is Deathstroke. I feel like I remember him from an after scenes shot. After the credits from Justice League, I think they introduced Deathstroke on this boat with Luthor because they were going to form the Legion of Doom or something, I think. I do remember that from the original Justice League, so I think this is what this is. Just expanded further. Yep. There he is. Or Deadeye, or whatever his fucking name is. I don't remember. It's one of them. So Lex just told Deathstroke that his name is Bruce Wayne. Hollow, what up? Do I hate it? Verdict's still out. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone at this point, not the entire 4 hours anyway. The first 2 hours was some of the worst shit I've ever seen. And this epilogue is like a compilation of short films. It doesn't really flow together. It's kind of bizarre. At least they're like entertaining short films, but I don't fucking get it. So it looks like we're going to get 90 minutes of good film out of this 4 hours. Luckily, it splits into chapters, so you could just go and watch that 90 minutes and get out. I'll tell you what the chapters are when we're done. But that 90 minutes was, like, so good. It was literally as good as anything I've seen from the best out of the MCU. And I've never seen that in this DC attempt. So clearly that was Snyder in his bag, but the rest of it has been, at times, insufferable. The first 2 hours is definitely not from the original. I know that. I think we're seeing an alternate universe. It looks like we're in an alternate universe where everyone died. And for some reason, Deathstroke's working with Batman. Or it was in the future. I don't know. This is something. And here's the Joker for some reason. Why not? This has very Injustice vibes to it, this part. The whole world's basically been destroyed by who knows what. Oh, Joker's talking about killing Robin. Where did his face tattoos go? Jason says, a beacon of life, a beacon light with words, spoiler alert. Well, yeah, this whole stream is spoiler alert for sure. Thank you for the money. Yep, so Lois Lane died apparently. And Superman destroyed the world with Darkseid. Which was the plan that we saw Darkseid hatching. So apparently Darkseid did it. Yo, nice work, Joker, with that one. His Joker laugh still sucks, though. Man, he is going at Batman for letting Robin die. Yo, I will fucking kill you. Harley Quinn's last words were to make Joker die slow, and Batman's gonna keep that promise. Dude, this is a fucking dark future. Yay! Movie's almost over, Austin, I think. Jared Leto's Joker laugh is still shit, though. He's done it twice, and I hate it. And Superman found them. They're fucked now. There was literally like no purpose for Jared Leto's Joker to be here for this scene. Like, what help is he going to offer? And he still wasn't a very good Joker. Their attempt at a redemption run for him didn't really go that well. Alright, it was all a Bruce Wayne dream, it seems, at this point. So, we tried to give Joker a redemption run. I think that's the reason they had him come film those scenes, but I think that shows me that no matter what they deleted of Jared Leto's run as Joker from the Suicide Squad, he's still not a good Joker. Hey, it's Martian Manhunter again. Alright, Martian Manhunter's joining the Justice League. Better late than never. They did a good job designing Martian Manhunter's look. I like it. Hey, he named himself Martian Manhunter. Good job. You over yet, movie? You're setting up for a movie we won't get, as the chat has so clearly pointed out as well. So this epilogue's kind of pointless. This has to be the actual end, right? This is like the fourth end. It's got to be the actual one. They've had the dramatic crescendo of the music to end the movie like 5 times. Oh, it's the actual end. Dedicated to Snyder's daughter. That's sweet. But the movie was not sweet. Okay. Whew. We are done. The movie is now credits. Let me tell you guys how to watch this movie to not suffer as I did. Let's see where it is. Alright, so I think this is where you start. Let me see. Yep. Alright, so here's how you watch this movie. You, on HBO Max, you start at part 4, which is called Change Machine. That's an hour and 51 minutes into it. You start at part 4, Change Machine. And you end when it says Epilogue. There's really no reason to watch that Epilogue. It was not that enjoyable. I mean, it wasn't as bad as the first couple hours, mind you. But, yeah. I wouldn't recommend it. There's not really a reason to watch it. If you get, I mean, at that point, it's only 2 hours, so if you're curious, watch it. But I don't wish upon my worst enemy any of the parts before part 4. That was some of the worst shit I've ever seen, professionally made. It was so bad. Like, the writing was so bad. It felt like some college kid got funding for a movie and just didn't know what they were doing. Like, no, Alibaba, you are as incorrect as can possibly be on the first half. It is one of the worst things that I've ever seen from a superhero movie. It makes the Thor, the second Thor movie, which is one of the worst things Marvel has ever done, look like an exhilarating thrill ride. It's 2 full hours of story told in poor exposition and ruining of established characters. Like, Cyborg's character was fucked up beyond recognition of not anything that we know about Cyborg. His personality was that of an emo peanut piss. Like, if you're going to develop a character, don't make them super unlikable, which is what they did to Cyborg. Yeah, like, no. Fucking no. Not to mention, that entire 2 hours could have been summed up in 20 minutes. And the reason it was 2 hours was because it was all in slow motion with really bad music. Like, almost the entire 2 hours was in slow motion. You remove slow motion alone, and that 2 hours would probably be 1. Because most of it played at half speed or slower. And that's not an exaggeration. If you watch the start of this stream, you'll know how often I was saying there was either no speech or it was in slow motion or both. Like, I was talking the whole first 2 hours because nothing was fucking happening. So do not spend 4 hours on this movie. As a movie for 4 hours, it was absolute ass. However, you could literally skip to part 4 of this movie. No, even if you hardly know anything about this universe, you'll understand mostly what's going on. Bad dudes are trying to get cubes to destroy the world. Good dudes are trying to stop that from happening. That's like all you need to fucking know. That's it. You're good. And part 4, all the way through the epilogue is about 90 minutes. And it is as good as anything I've ever seen the MCU do. So satisfying, so amazing. That 90 minutes, like, that 90 minutes of movie in here is the reason I think people are saying this is a good movie. It's not a good movie. It is not. It is an atrocious mess for a 4-hour film. But that 90 minutes is so top shelf that I think it makes people just forgive how bad this actually is. This is so poorly written. The story is so poorly told. But then you just have 90 minutes of just fucking gold. It's so weird. But that 90 minutes in a 4-hour movie is 37% or so. 38% of the movie is good. And then the epilogue is okay. But that first 2 hours, which is 50% of the movie, is so bad. Holy cow. I can't express how painful that first 2 hours was. I wasn't sure I was going to finish the movie with how bad that first 2 hours was. 2 hours, that's the length of most movies. So, final verdict on the movie. If you're looking at all 4 hours of the movie, I'd give it a 6 out of 10 because of how bad lots of this movie is, since I'm trying to talk about all 4 hours, the acting, the visuals, the sound scale, which until the 2 hours in was just atrocious. It's like a 6 out of 10. The original Justice League, I don't remember, but I remember it being like a 4 out of 10 type of a movie, so it's an improvement. The 90 minutes that's beautiful is like 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10. Like, it's top shelf quality. It's really good. But the movie as a whole is a 6 out of 10, for sure. So that's it, guys. I have suffered through all 4 hours of the extended Snyder cut, so you don't have to. But if you want to, it's on HBO Max. And I would say if you just watch it, starting in part 4, knowing that, you know, bad guys want Cube, good guys trying to stop bad guys from getting Cube, part 4 through the end is fantastic. And it honestly feels like a movie starting at the start of part 4. And you don't have to watch the epilogue. So, until next time, I scheme, you scheme, we all scheme for ice cream. Thanks for stopping by. Bye!